Testing 1 2 3. If I could get your attention and
$1 billion a year to make
begin to center ourselves. It is 9 o'clock. I've had a note from Christina. She's waiting for an Uber. It's running late, but she will join us in process. Dorothy is with her, I'm now told. So Rob Eller Isaacs has agreed to. But before I introduce Rob,
kill some time.
A few people have, one person actually, has volunteered to do opening worship at our next meeting. So anybody who wishes to do that, I'm certainly amenable to that. It doesn't have to be the usual suspects. And the same for process observation. I just sort of look at the agenda each month and say, who's sort of, I don't have any rhyme or reason. I'm trying to make sure that everybody on the board gets an opportunity to do that if they choose. So let me know before April if you have an interest. Caleb will be doing our opening worship on our Thursday meeting in April. So I invite others to let me know when and how they'd like to participate. So with that, Rob, would you center us?
Good morning, everyone. Our opening worship is a little more ornate than usual. Please indulge me. It's a service that focuses on apocalyptical thinking and on that sense of urgency that both hampers us and calls us on. It is called Salutary Crises. Our opening call to worship, opening words, are from Toni Morrison's Beloved. Uncalled, unrobed, unanointed, baby Suggs let her great heart beat in their presence. When warm weather came, baby Suggs, holy, followed by every black man, woman, and child who could make it through, took her great heart to the clearing. A wide open place cut deep in the woods, nobody knew for what, at the end of a path known only to deer and whoever cleared the land in the first place. In the heat of every Saturday afternoon, she sat in the clearing while the people waited among the trees. After situating herself on a huge flat-sided rock, baby Suggs bowed her head and prayed silently. The company watched her from the trees. They knew she was ready when she put her stick down. Then she shouted, "Let the children come!" And they ran from the trees toward her. "Let your mothers hear you laugh," she told them, and the woods rang. The adults looked on and could not help smiling. Then, "Let the grown men come," she shouted. They stepped out one by one from among the ringing trees. "Let your wives and children see you dance," she told them, and ground life shuddered under their feet. Finally, she called the women to her. "Cry," she told them, "for the living and the dead, just cry." And without covering their eyes, the women let loose. It started that way, laughing children, dancing men, crying women, and then it got all mixed up. Women stopped crying and danced, men sat down and cried. Children danced, women laughed, children cried, until exhausted and riven, all and each lay about the clearing damp and gasping for breath. In the silence that followed, baby Suggs, holy, offered up to them her great big heart. She did not tell them to clean up their lives or to go and sin no more. She did not tell them they were the blessed of the earth, its inheriting meek, or its glory bound pure. She told them the only grace they could have was the grace they could imagine. Come, let us worship together. And for old time's sake, let us sing our opening hymn, number 114, Forward Through the Ages. will you stand in body or in spirit and sing with me? Number 114. Yeah. If you wish to replace the word vision with the word kingdom, feel free. Forward through the ages in unbroken line, move the faithful spirits at the call divine. Gifts in differing measure, hearts of one accord. Manifold the service, one the true reward. Forward through the ages in unbroken line, move the faithful spirits and the call divine. Wider grows the kingdom, realm of love and light. For it we must labor till our faith is sight. Prophets have proclaimed it, martyrs testified. Poets sung its glory, heroes for it died. Forward through the ages in unbroken line, move the faithful spirits at the call divine. Not alone we conquer, not alone we fall. In each loss or triumph, lose or triumph all. Bound by God's far purpose, in one living whole, move we on together to the shining goal. Forward through the ages in unbroken line, move the faithful spirits at the call divine. Please be seated and first, a reflection on the word apocalypse. The literal meaning of the word apocalypse is unveiling. Unveiling. In the early text, the word refers to the unveiling of a virgin bride immediately prior to first intercourse. The word initially referred to a literary form by which early Christian theologians attempted to describe the end times and the emergence of God's kingdom, known in our modern day parlance as the beloved community. The best known example, of course, of the form is the book of Revelation. What began as a literary form has evolved into a widely held expression of the popular imagination. The rapture, a 19th century apocalyptical construct which understands the book of Revelation to predict a series of events leading to the bodily resurrection of believers, and Michael Rupert's Collapse, an equally apocalyptical, closely reasoned tract based on signs of cultural, economic, and environmental degradation, can both be read as ornate projections based on individual fear of death. Religious liberals tend to dismiss the rapture as a dangerous, foolish fiction. But we cannot so easily dismiss the dire warnings and convincing signs relative to climate change, the nuclear threat, and terrorism fueled by fundamentalism. The question becomes, will the crises we perceive be salutary? This term, salutary crisis, or crises, is a term from Karl Barth, who is rarely, if ever, quoted in our circles, the founder of neo-orthodoxy in Christian theology in the 20th century. Will it be salutary? Will the threats inspire creativity and hope? Or will we be incapacitated by hopelessness and cynicism? Religious liberalism is predicated upon the assumption, as we have just sung, that working together, people of goodwill can build a better world. From the Renaissance through the Enlightenment, with the rise of science ushering in the industrial age, human progress has seemed to be literally manifest destiny. But Catherine Keller, the feminist theologian at Drew, writes, with multiple fundamentalisms blossoming globally in response to modernity's betrayal of its promises, the late modern confidence in the march of progress seems almost as old-fashioned in its arrogance as the theisms it sought to supersede. An alternative world, not the end of the world, not a literal firestorm, but an unveiling, a new way of seeing that is so powerful, so vivid that it enlists those who experience it in bringing it about, in living into a new heaven and a new earth. But it is not so much a destination as a new way of being. Keller writes, to stand in some particular fragility of place and time, with one's fragments of community and materialities of gender, and to love life, that is perhaps the only real basis of action against the end of the world. To theorize a counter-apocalyptic theology of relations is simply one among many possible strategies for stabilizing the unsentimental conditions of a life lived in the mutuality difference affords. This is dense, but it's important. Lived in the mutuality difference affords, a way of conceiving a sustainable, just, and loving future by living it already. There is no way there but here and now. The theological challenge, then, is not the creation of a new, more powerful, more centralized political movement. Our challenge is to move beyond both disdain and despair by learning that the only grace we can have is the grace we can imagine. We need to find new ways to be together. We need to move beyond our messianic expectations, to stop looking for prophets, and to learn instead to become prophetic communities. The new way begins with confessing the fact that we, and by we, I mean us, religious liberals, have little, if any, idea how best to move forward. The old politics, the politics of left and right, of win and lose, of the hope that change comes in response to the impact of centralized authority, is spiritually bankrupt. I strongly suggest we set aside our collective pride and invent or evolve ritual opportunities for our people, both to confess our sins and to confess our ignorance. Confession is not only good for the soul, it also makes room in our hearts and in our lives for respectful, creative relationships to take hold. Close to the end of Apocalypse Now and Then, Catherine Keller's magnificent reflection on apocalypse, she offers a story. In a Hopi creation story, Spider Grandmother spirals down, as is her wont, from outer space to a still sterile earth ball and creates two handsome young men by taking 2 handfuls of dirt and spitting into them. The 3 meditate together. Then one man goes to each pole. From the crystalline north, Pokwanhoya works the magic of form, creating the patterns of life. From the south, Palanghoya, in a trance, picks up the heartbeat of Teoa, the Great Spirit, and begins to drum out the same rhythm. Thus, a vibratory field is generated between the two poles and finally rushes up from a crystal at the center of the Earth. As energy breaks through the Earth's surface, the planet bursts into life. But at some points, due to Poikwanghoya's patterns, the power becomes more concentrated. These are the spots on the fawn, luminous places of healing energy. They are, according to Hopi elders, the sacred places. Places sometimes fabulously beautiful, sometimes undistinguished, but by marks of prior pilgrimage. Without these places and ceremonial access to them, the world would fall apart. I want our congregations to be spots on the fawn, luminous places of healing energy. But I fear that far more often we have been guardians and beneficiaries of the status quo. That said, I do have some hesitant confidence that living where we live, in what Parker Palmer calls the tragic gap between our aspirations and our social realities, we may yet laugh and dance and cry our way along until, utterly depleted, we reach the edge of all we know and take heart and cross over. And will you stand and sing with me the latest version of Forward Through the Ages? Feel free to humor this tune as you're able. That means make harmonies. We're gonna keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Never turning back. Never turning back. We're gonna reach across our borders. Reach across our borders. Reach across our borders, never turning back, never turning back. We're gonna teach our children courage, teach our children courage, teach our children courage, never turning back. Never turning back. We're gonna weave our lives with shining thread. Weave our lives with shining thread. Weave our lives with shining thread. Never turning back. Never turning back. We're gonna keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Never turning back. Never turning back. And we close with these words from that same neo-Orthodox theologian. Hope takes place in the act of taking the next step. Hope is action, and as such, it is genuinely hope. We do not think or act as private individuals, but rather we hope in and with the community, and in and for the world, that there will not be lacking to the world, even in all its needs and perplexities, provisional lights, concrete aids and deliverances, preservations and advancements, but also salutary crises. May it be so, and amen.
Thank you, Rob. Let me go over some of the changes to the agenda today. The morning will proceed as you see there. After lunch, the linkage working group, Christina Rivera has ceded her time. And it's in that period we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to receive here Peter's report that we missed yesterday because of his being stranded in the airport in North Carolina. And I've asked Rob to continue the discussion we started yesterday on working with the presidential candidates that have presented to us by the Presidential Search Committee, the two that we know of at the moment, and also with our with laying out how we might approach the ends and how we might begin to harmonize those discussions. And then we'll have an executive session after the social witness presentation by Susan Geckler, probably close to that 2:30 time. We've got an appointment to consider, and we're going to do a part of that executive compensation review because we'll have some details that regarding salary structures that I think should be an executive session, and then we'll report out the appointment if approved and the executive compensation process for the new presidential the ultimate candidate that prevails as president. Won't be talking about specific dollars. We'll be just talking about the process of how we'll coincide those studies for the next president. And then we should think that we will follow the typical the rest of the agenda as written. One of the things I did not do at the end of yesterday was take a few minutes to talk about what talking points in that afternoon Rob should make note of for his ultimate board report. And I know we've lost the moment of reflection for what we did, but I would ask to spend at least a minute or two or three thinking about what you want to suggest to Rob that we include. What were the nuggets of information that came out of yesterday that those who were not blessed to watch us live streaming might glean from a report? Anything? Yes, Julian.
Something to the effect of that the board continues to address best practices in terms of how we monitor our own meetings for anti-racism, anti-oppression, for something to that effect. That we continue to address these throughout these issues that are central to our faith throughout our meeting.
Thanks, Julian. I see a card over here on the left. Yes, Christina.
I can't remember if this was morning or afternoon, but the board directed the treasurer to create the board restricted funds for the FCA.
For sure. Reportable. Rob, can you think of anything?
Board restricted funds for what?
FCA. What is the FCA again?
Major repairs.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought she was saying. Fund depreciation. Yeah, the other one is the innovation fund.
We haven't voted on that yet.
Oh, right, okay.
And then the
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Oh, we did. I'm kidding.
You
Sorry.
voted
See,
against
done.
it, but
let's use microphones, folks, if we're wanting everybody to hear. And the audit committee report on enterprise risk management. It'll be foreign to many of our readers, but I think I'd like to introduce the notion that the administration is embracing a holistic view of long-term risks. Sorry for my bias there.
It will be riveting to our readers.
I know it will be, as it is to my clients. Anything else? Is that enough?
Sure.
No, I don't want to give it short shrift. Christina, you have that pensive look.
Did we agree about the regional gatherings?
No, we're going to talk about that today.
Okay, so there you go. That's why.
No,
that's
and that's rather major news should we decide to do that.
And we haven't decided to do that yet, so. Julian.
Perhaps something about being in a time of transition. We have, this is our first meeting with Dorothy in person. We have 4 trustees that are rotating off, and a senior member of the staff this is our last meeting. So something about thanking those who I guess will be their last meeting, or welcoming those who this is their first.
Thanks, Julian. Okay.
Good, thank you.
Do we have Andy ready to tee up? Our first item of business today is the Governance and Policy Working Group. You've received, there was a fair amount of stuff in the consent agenda, and Andy and Tim and others, I think, have something to bring to us. So, Andy, can you hear me? And if so, would you like to begin the discussion?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And Andy,
we should be.
And Andy, let me first say I apologize for not calling on you yesterday. It was as if you were a phantom, and I apologize for not saying, Andy, do you have something to say to us, or do you have a position on this? So we'll do better today.
I would have made myself heard if I needed to.
I knew that.
I feel like we should be taking a walk and talking about what Rob said, but instead let's talk about governance. We have 2 major items that we want to talk about. First is the process for the election of the next moderator, and the second is governance monitoring of Policy 3. I'm going to let Tim go ahead and start with the moderator election process.
Tim?
Thanks, Andy. Stephanie, could you put up the current procedures for MNC document? Timeline? Yes, the document. So we need, as a board, to start thinking about the next moderator nominating process, the moderator nominating committee. So I want to start off with a review of what is in our procedures about the moderator nominating committee. Now, this committee does not exist in the bylaws. The only thing it says in the bylaws about this process is that the board shall announce 1 or more nominations for the office of moderator. And so we have outsourced that work to the moderator nominating committee to do the hard work of finding candidates. So I wanted to review the process that the moderator nominating committee uses and talk about those dates, and then we have a recommended change to this process to bring to you. So it says no later than 24 months before the beginning of a GA at which an election for moderator will be held, which is GA 2019. The moderator nominating committee shall issue a call for nominations, which must be received within 2 months. No later than 19 months, the moderator nominating committee will recommend to the board 2 or more possible candidates for moderator. The board then interviews those candidates in executive session. As required by Section 9.5 of the bylaws, the board shall nominate 1 or more candidates no later than February 1st of the year before the General Assembly at which there is to be an election for moderator. So the next part talks about the voting process the board uses to decide on the candidates for moderator. And this is the part of the process that the governance working group feels we need to really take a look at, especially part 4. Voting shall be conducted using the single transferable vote method with a ballot designed to permit the designation of first, second, third, etc. choice. At the conclusion of the vote counting, the 2 candidates with the highest number of votes shall be declared the nominees. However, if one candidate receives more than 75% of the first choice votes, then only that candidate shall be the nominee of the board. Furthermore, if 2 or more candidates for the nomination are separated by less than 1 vote, they shall be considered tied, and the board shall take a second vote to break the tie. Initially, we were wondering how we could have a fraction vote, but that can happen with the single transferable vote method. So the change we want to make is we want to strike the line, however, if one candidate receives more than 75% of the first choice votes, then only that candidate shall be the nominee for the board. We feel, as the governance working group, that really the association expects there to be 2 candidates or more, not just only 1 candidate up for like a rubber stamp approval by the GA, with the caveat that anyone can run by petition. So our motion is to strike that line from the board procedures, which we'll get to later today. I guess we can discuss that in a minute as well. So, in general, the question for the board here is, do we like this general process for the moderator nominating committee, especially the section where it talks about how the board votes on the candidates from the moderator nominating committee? And should we change it, and if so, what should we change? And so we wanted to take out the 75% part. Is there any other discussion on that part?
On that?
Yeah, on this section.
Michael?
75%.
Michael?
I didn't know what single transferable vote was, so I went to Wikipedia, which is typically a pretty reliable source. And no, it is. Used to be. Yeah, they used to be.
No,
today, yeah. Anyway, single transferable vote. That's not a specific method. There are multiple methods, and so we're sort of saying we'll do something. We're not sure, and so we haven't really described what method we're going to use. So I'm unclear.
I'm tongue-tied.
and what I described online is probably inaccurate too.
You were.
Go ahead.
You were first. then Patrick.
Well, I think we can maybe avoid this whole issue that is overly prescriptive to tell us how to vote to make a decision that we're going to make in a closed session anyway. I don't know why we need to describe how we're going to do that.
Other comments? Rob?
I have some discomfort with the assertion by the team that you know that there is an expectation that all elections will be competitive. If 75% of the people who are going to have to work with someone in furtherance of the future of our movement are convinced that that's the right person and that the other person is the wrong person, doesn't it enshrine that, what I call idolatry of democracy, further to make this change? Isn't the real issue finding an effective moderator who has the support and enthusiastic cooperation of the board?
Thanks, Rob. Oh, Larry. Larry's chosen to sit at the back of the room.
Like Rob, I think this is a false understanding of democracy in our system to have us simply force ourselves to choose two candidates. In the presidential election, there are debates about the vision, the future, really substantive questions. So there's a stronger case, it seems to me, to argue that a broad-based constituency needs to be involved, and we have to, in a sense, almost force a useful conversation about the future of the association and the goals of the association and how we can be effective in achieving that. The moderator election is actually a much more narrow position. It's a person who is responsible for overseeing the governance of the association, but that's generally speaking not as electrifying and engaging a conversation as is the kind of topics that a president talks about. Secondly, I think it really abdicates the board's own responsibility for leading governance and for exercising leadership. So if in fact the board thinks there is a candidate who is outstanding, why should we force someone the board thinks is really not an outstanding candidate into an election process? it's actually not fair to that second candidate. If I was that second candidate, I'd say, if I didn't have enough support on the board, unless I thought the board was completely off base in the direction it was moving, I would think I'd just been set up. And if I did think the board was way off base, I could run by petition. And probably that would be a better way to run under those circumstances than to say, well, the board has picked its critic. It was this number 2 candidate. So it seems to me that we are setting ourselves up for a false sense of participation.
Thanks, Larry. I would just add, since I was the last person to run by that at the time this new process was in place, I would, to Larry's point, there was minimal interest in the appearances of the 2 candidates. We spent a lot of money to appear before just small handfuls of people. I'm not arguing. I'll defer to the board on its wisdom on this one, but as much as I'd like to tell you I wanted to be the center of attention, I was not. And we together, the 2 candidates, appeared in one region in a regional gathering and 2 districts, and that was it. The other districts were too busy to engage in a conversation, and there were 2 congregations that invited us, and they were large congregations that may have drawn 20 people. So the reality, it's just a factoid for you to consider as you consider where you want to go with this. But Patrick?
I'm taking note that we're looking at candidates who will have been presented by a nominating committee. I will be surprised if we are presented with a set of potential candidates, only one of whom is acceptable to the board.
And in my case, there were 3 candidates presented to the board by the nominating committee. So where do you want to take this, Tim? Do you want to pursue anything about does 4 need to be in there at all, or in any detailed way? Are we comfortable leaving it to that board that will decide it at that time how to select from the X number they might get from the nominating committee? I guess it would be my question, Tim.
I actually feel comfortable with changing the motion to strike this section, that number 4 altogether. As Greg said, it is, do we really need the single transferable vote method in there, or is that something that we don't need to have written into our procedures that the board can decide how it will run its own selection process? I'm fine with amending that motion just to strike section 4 altogether.
Any reaction to that, Julian?
Well, then we are removing the 75% first choice.
So do you have enough to proceed?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Christina.
So in terms of transparency, how are we letting folks know how the board is going to go about selecting these candidates? Because I think if we strike that, I could see people wanting to know, okay, so this isn't how you're going to do it. How are you going to do it?
Greg?
I think in a related way that the moderator nominating committee doesn't release any details about how it makes its decision. So we need to be open to the universal possibilities about how we make that decision. I would assume we would want it to be some type of majority or consensus process, because that's the way we've operated in the past. And I don't see 4 years from now that will be significantly different.
Thanks, Greg. Michael.
Does the previous paragraph say something about secret ballot?
Yes.
So are we still bound to use we're still bound to use a secret ballot in making that choice?
And let me just say, I was an observer when they were creating this, and there was this notion that it would be probable that some of the candidates could possibly be on the board, and so that was a way to handle that. Kind of like 4th grade, and you put your head down. Okay.
I will just say my personal opinion on this is that, I still feel pretty strongly, and I understand your point, that if there is one candidate that the board is almost unanimous in agreeing to, that, how can I phrase this, that if we put up a second, it seems like just a false choice. But I just feel that, so I can't help getting around the feeling that this is kind of what people expect, that they, with this process, with the presidential search process, that right now the General Assembly expects to be able to vote on a couple of candidates.
Julian?
I guess I am also not as drawn to vote for what GA might expect. I mean, I think that my job as a trustee is to do the best job this board can to move our movement forward, and if that, so I'm not super concerned with giving people multiple choices, because I also know that within our governance structure they can run by petition. I would be in favor of keeping number 4, because I think Christina's concerns, I share her concerns around we need to be clear about how we're going to choose a moderator. It seems like if we take that out, it's not as clear. I'm fine with the 75% piece, but the only piece that is problematic to me is the whole single transferable vote method. So if there was one thing I would change, that would be it, to clarify that.
Thank you. Peter, and then Susan, and then Dorothy.
The technical method that's used really ought to depend ultimately on the role of the moderator as we see it, and that role has been evolving quite a bit in the last few years. And I think part of what it speaks to that there was less interest in the electoral process is that we're evolving to where the moderator role is a chair of the board, and as opposed to a spokesperson for the association, or a national kind of that it's been in some ways less politicized. So I'll just leave it at
Susan.
I was going to say that with respect to single transferable vote, I view that as simply a description of what is a common method to allow for 2 candidates. I would not be uncomfortable with leaving that, and to the detail, the board can always determine what the actual details of that counting method are. I don't feel uncomfortable with that. And as for I am comfortable with one candidate, with the opportunity for one candidate that receives more than 75% of the first choice votes being the nominee. Although I do think there is a difference between how the board itself views the function and the task of the moderator, and how members of the association as a whole understand what the moderator does. I think that there is a deep difference. I think, Jim, when you were candidating, most of the questions you got did not relate to your performance as the chair of a board.
No, they wanted to know if I had a sense of humor.
Yes. So while I understand this, I do think that that there are 2 separate tasks. There is that task of being that public presence in the annual meeting and on other occasions. But on the whole, as I understand the task, I am comfortable with only if a board strongly endorses one candidate, that be the candidate, because I believe that the most important role of the moderator is the board work and the chair of the board.
Thank you. Dorothy?
I'm not quick to worry too much about democracy or about the idolatry or something of democracy. I think democracy is pretty important, and I've been in a lot of groups where I'm trying to think of the best word to call it, where people are tapped to do things and just sort of ushered in, and it's cloaked with this is the best person and this is why, but there's been no real process. So I'm very concerned that I don't know whether the operational definition of a fair process has to mean 2 candidates from start to finish, but I'm going to be more likely to lean in that direction than to develop arguments for why we should easily go with 1 person. I just think that there's more in our total history as a society and a culture that robs people of democratic process. So I'm a little skeptical about a leaning towards or preference towards 1 person. Let it be fought out with 2 people. I mean, why not trust that we'll get to the best person that way?
Thanks, Dorothy. Greg, Christina, and then back to Tim.
Maybe we should let the queue finish, but I would move that we table this.
That's what I was going to say.
Because the only wording that addresses all the concerns we're voicing is the wording we currently have.
Christina.
So I just wanted to point out, so yesterday we had a vote that was very much 75-25, and there was some discomfort with that. And so I would reference back to kind of where we were yesterday with that vote and say, if we can imagine that being then the moderator vote within this board, and what our comfort level would be with that having excluded a candidate.
Thanks, Christina. But Era, in my procedure, we have a motion to table. Is there a second to table? Any discussion around that? You ready to vote toward the table? You want to table this? All those in favor of tabling? I think we will discuss that at a later date.
That was going to be my suggestion, that we clearly have different ideas about where to go, so we need to have more in-depth conversations. This does not need to be settled for the moderator nominating committee to start their work, which is what we're talking about right now. Stephanie, if you could go to the next page on that. This is the timeline for the proposed timeline for the moderator nominating committee. We talked with Ted Fetter, who chaired the moderator nominating committee last year, who said that they could have used more time to do their work. And so we want to ask the appointments committee to start their work on finding members for the moderator nominating committee. This is going to be the first time the appointments committee has had to find members for this committee. Last time it was under the larger board, and the committee on committees did this process. So we want to give the appointments committee a lot of time, and we asked them to bring their recommended 5 and the recommended chair to the October 2016 board meeting. So the committee could be appointed, and they have, you know, 3/4 of a year to really get their internal processes set up and working before they have to issue the call for nominations. And they can issue it earlier than that, but they have to issue by GA 2017. So that is part of this is required. Anything that says like no later than or by is kind of required, but we want to go ahead and get this process started on the appointments committee side to let them find the right people for this committee. And so we thought that it would be helpful to let the appointments committee know what to look for in candidates for this committee, since this is the first time they've ever had to deal with this. So Stephanie, if you could pull up the draft charge there. And we may format this slightly differently based off the suggestions of Michael, but the real content would stay the same. That we want to send this to the appointments committee, just giving recommendations on the kind of people to look for the moderator nominating committee. And these recommendations come from the last moderator nominating committee, what they found useful. So I don't know if we need a real formal vote on this draft charge, unless we want to take one, but I definitely like a straw poll if we're comfortable sending this to the appointments committee.
Michael?
Yeah, this is actually a process observation. I was noticing, and this is uncomfortable, when I started to make my comments about single transferable vote, I noticed I could feel myself having a lot of emotion around that and concern about, because it's very technical, and trying to explain that it's kind of like, I kind of put myself, I was thinking about when Tim tries to have to explain financial things that are very complicated and try and explain them, and Anyway, and then so I mentioned Wikipedia, and so I'm trying to get this out, and there was feedback, it's like, oh, Wikipedia, not reliable, da da da. It's like, okay, keep that to yourself. My feeling was, keep that to yourself while I'm speaking. Let me make my point, because it kind of throws me off. So if I was saying something offensive, a racist, sexist, or whatever, I think it's appropriate to interrupt that. But when we have a difference of opinion, let the person finish and make your comments later.
Thanks, Michael. I do believe that if this isn't your final, I think we could get a straw poll if this signals what you want to signal. But I think at the end of the day, when you get it the way you want it, we do need to, as a board, approve it before we send it. I think we can let the appointments committee know that it's coming, but I think we need a vote. Will you be ready to send something to us before the day is out, or do you want to do it over a phone call in February?
Yeah, we can get this. If everyone's comfortable with the feeling of what's up there, then we can format it. Michael and I can work together on formatting it by the end of the day for a formal vote.
Greg, comment?
Yeah, this is just more about the prescriptivism. I would be uncomfortable with appointing a chair because that could compromise the creativity that the group has in doing its own work.
Tim?
So process-wise, for all board-appointed committees, the board appoints the chair of the committee. So the committee itself can make a recommendation. The appointments committee will end up making a recommendation to the board on who to appoint as chair. But I don't know where that rule is, but it is a board rule or procedure or in the bylaws that the board selects the chair for the board-appointed committees. Just speaking on my time on the appointments committee on that front.
I think that's appropriate. That others can choose to disagree. Greg?
I want more clarification on that because I have not read that and I don't recall it. So it feels like it's something that we do, but not something that we're required to do.
I can't cite a requirement. I don't think there is one. My own view from a governance structure is that all of these board-appointed committees are accountable to us, and we should get recommendations from the appointment committee and agree or disagree. Michael?
Yeah, I'm sort of kind of with Tim, having been on both sides of that, been liaison to the appointments committee and watched that process, and been chair of a committee, that it was the prerogative of the board to appoint the chair. The committees did not self-select their chair. That was not the practice for appointed committees.
Christina?
So the third line, skilled at human resources types of interviews, do them carefully and genuinely with empathy and respect for noting differences. I don't know what specifically about this, and maybe even the second, the one after this is kind of raising my ARMC triggers, but I feel like I'm going into a corporate job interview for this position of faith, a governance position in a faith community. And I read through this and I don't see that part of our spiritual passion for what we do in this. And it feels, I don't know any other way to say it, but it feels very dominant culture when I read these bullet points. It feels extraordinarily from that perspective.
Thanks, Christina. Again, I'll report from experience that it went well beyond that, and at least in the interviews that I participated in were deeply religious and spiritual.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, I'm not arguing against being more specific about it. It's just that the committee did a good job of that, I thought, from my perspective. But that was another committee at another time. So, Tim?
So we'll work on revising this over a break later today and hopefully come back with it so we can give the appointments committee some guidance on how to start doing their work. Just speaking on, I used to be on the appointments committee. And I felt often that this sort of guidance would have been helpful when we were looking for things like the financial committees, having some kind of guidelines on what we were to be looking for before we started the process would have saved us a lot of frustration later on in the process, I think is safe to say. So we wanted to try to clear that up at the beginning. So I think that if you Christina, and Michael, and I can sit down at lunch maybe and finish this out.
Okay. Thanks, Tim.
And so then Andy is back to talk about the Section 3 monitoring process and results.
Andy, we're back to you.
Okay. Stephanie, there's a document, the Governance Working Group Monitoring Report on Section 3 policies that I'll refer to. There's a chart at the beginning of that document. I highlighted the ties. You can see from there were several tie votes when it came to whether we were in compliance on a particular section of policy. The only instance in which we clearly felt we were out of compliance was policy 3.7, part 1 of that policy, which talks about using board committees sparingly. Trustees who answered offered as evidence of our noncompliance the fact that we have too many committees and that we have 9 working groups on an 11-member board. That was offered as evidence too that we are out of compliance here. So with that vote, we seem to have called or recalled ourselves to the work of examining how each committee and working group relates to the ends of the association and the work of the board, and perhaps an examination of the cost of governance. This is, of course, not the first time that this issue has been identified. So I wonder, without getting specific today about particular committees and working groups, how shall we approach that work of discernment? Should we recharge an existing committee or working group? Should we affirm the good work of a group that's already looking at this, or something else? What are your thoughts on the one section where we voted ourselves out of compliance?
So Andy's invited us into a discussion of how we wrestle with this sticky wicket that we've been wrestling with for many years in terms of the relatively large number of committees that we have. Susan.
I think we've discussed before that when we create a task force or a working group, obviously there are some working groups such as governance and policies that will continue. But when we create a working group, say as congregational boundaries or a committee's review, that at the time of creation that we put a date by which the committee's work should be completed. And to that extent, so we don't have mission creep within those working groups. I think we also, before April, could certainly review which of those working groups we have now are near completion and just look at those dates and perhaps do that kind of review before we create new working groups.
Thanks, Susan. Other comments here? James?
I just thought it would be helpful to distinguish between committees and working groups. There really are two different things. And on the working group side, I think the working groups have served us well. I don't know that we have 9 of them. That seemed like a big number, but it seems like that's the way we're getting a lot of things done, like right now. I mean, the work that this, but committees where we're picking people outside of ourselves to do our work, that's a much different discussion. I know a lot of work's gone, but we can just distinguish between those two things.
Thanks, James. And in my sense is that working groups are like a task force. They tend to have a sunset. They need to have a sunset. Perhaps we ought to be more descriptive with the governance piece and at least maybe put a review date on it. But I think all of the work, I think we do need to look at all of them and determine these need to establish a sunset or a date to review that it will be sunsetted or it needs another extension or something. I think it does need attention on a periodic basis because you do get mission creep. Other comments? Yes, Tim.
Yeah, sorry to go out of order, but just to jump back to the last question. Section 7.10, presiding officer. The Board of Trustees shall appoint one member of each standing committee of the board to be its presiding officer.
It is in the bylaws. Thank you. Thank you. But back to the committees. Do you want to recharge the existing committees working group? Because this is on their agenda to look at. I think we got a little stung with our inarticulate or inelegant approach to one of the committees, not of the board, and we didn't communicate that well, and it didn't result in a change in status. So I think we've sort of slowed down that work. Clearly, you all have spoken, and I agree that we're out of compliance. And of course, out of compliance doesn't mean a bad thing; just means you've established a policy that you're out of compliance with. And I don't know what magic number we'll ever get to that will be in compliance. Is it 1? Is it 5? Is it? I don't know that there's a number out there. Rob.
So we either need to come up with a plan to bring it into compliance, or we need to change the policy. That's just the way it works, right? So whose job is it right now to review this question and make recommendations to the board?
Well, I think we've already got a charge to the committee's working group to this very question. So it is being looked at. I'm quite comfortable being out of compliance until we have some notion from them which committees we might be able to sunset.
And who are they?
And who is the committee's working group? That's Tim, Larry, and Michael. So are you content to keep that on your agenda and bring us at least a tentative something or other in April of how we might proceed to deal with this and either get into compliance or come back and say we got to keep this one, this one, this one, this one, and we need to change the policy? Michael?
Yeah, we had a meeting yesterday over lunch. We have a plan for moving forward. Given the fact that many of these things are established in the bylaws, we're not talking about compliance anytime really soon. We'll be moving in that direction, though.
And I'd also, while Larry's come to the table, I would challenge the governance working group to consider the policy. And there may be a need to give some direction about committees, but the reality is we're still going to need some number of committees, like investments, like audit, we're not going to get to a zero committee structure in our governance structure, I don't believe. Larry?
If it is any comfort at all, in all the governance consulting work I do, and I do about a dozen organizations somewhat like the UUA a year, this is the most consistent issue that comes up. And every board struggles with how many committees. Most boards are committed to have as few as possible, and the biggest challenge for the consultant is getting them to actually move from that idea to some kind of reality, because then when I get to each specific concrete one, it's always tough to do, as we discovered with the Commission on Appraisal. But this is the most consistent issue, and it always gets to the heart of what's the proper role of a board. Because committees, for instance, allow trustees to engage in mischief in terms of lack of role clarification between management and the board. There's the conflict between what does a board, making sure you understand that it's only the board that makes decisions, not committees. Committees only recommend. There's a whole set of these things, but we are not alone is the message.
Thank you, Larry. Caleb?
Larry, just process question. Why are you not sitting at the table?
I was going to tell the moderator in greater detail at the next break, but there is actually a principal reason why I'm not at the table. And it's not that I'm accustomed to, like a church member who goes to a church and they picked a place in the pew and this is where they want to be. In my mind, there's a value to consistent liturgy. And there's a certain theological basis to that, but I think there's a value of a consistent liturgy. And the structure, the placement of the officers of the association was actually a carefully in the meeting room was actually a carefully considered discussion among the officers 20 years ago, and has actually stayed that way ever since. Of course, what was the purpose of it? Why is it there? Is lost to history, except for the few people who participated in that conversation. And so we had kind of what I view as an interesting conversation yesterday about mixing things up, but we did not have a substantive conversation about it, in my mind, a complete one, and I didn't really think we were having a conversation that would was leading to a resolution. And yet this morning, some folks around the table decided to make decisions on behalf of the whole board, in my mind, or on behalf of the officers. So I actually see a symbol involved in where the officers are placed. And we have not had that conversation about the symbolism that where the officers are placed has. We could change it, but we haven't had that conversation. And I haven't had that conversation with the moderator, and my intent was to first have that conversation with him. But I think it is a statement about the role of the officers when now some of the officers are not in a particular place.
Thanks, Larry. Caleb?
So my next question is there a place in the agenda to talk about this so that it's more of substantive conversation?
Not that I see now, but we will work to have that certainly by the next meeting. But let me just add that I serve on a couple of boards, and none of them have the ritual of where anybody sits, even the CEO and chair. It's just they come in and we sit down. But we could have that board if we want to liturgize our board structure. So.
And I can live with any outcome when there is a discussion.
Yeah, your issue is we didn't have the discussion. Got it. Okay. Where are we? Andy.
So we have some feedback on 3.7 Part 1. I wonder if anybody has something that hasn't yet been said about our non-compliance and being more, or our effort to be more judicious in use of committees and working groups. Is there anything new?
Yeah, we have a question. We have a question from Rob.
As usual, it's not a question. I just want to acknowledge that it's been a long time, if ever, since the board has actually monitored itself in the way that you have invited us to do, and I want to congratulate and thank the governance working group for making it relatively easy to take a look at how we're doing things and whether or not we're in compliance. Thank you.
Oh, well, thanks to you all for making that possible. I want to say something quickly about our approach before I move on. I know that these surveys were pretty granular. I'm going to ask you to bear with us with that through this first cycle. What we need to do in the first cycle is develop a list of observable behaviors for the policies that we monitor, in which we monitor board behavior. That will allow us in the future to take a little higher view. But until then, thanks for your forbearance, and thanks for everyone in advance for filling out the surveys. It's really important that everyone's voice be heard. So I know they're long, I know they take a lot of time, but I hope that that each of us will fill out the surveys that are to come before April. There are other, I put the ties in the chart, the tie votes on compliance Just for your reference, and we have about another 30 minutes if we need it. Is there another issue that you were hoping we would get to that you see here on the report? Is there another? Is one of the tie votes? Does one of the tie votes concern you?
Andy, why don't we wait a minute until we get those that back up on the screen?
Okay.
And we've got 3.1.3 as a tie. Any comment on that one, or do you want to sort of remind us what that is?
3.0.3. The purpose of the board on behalf of the sources of authority and accountability is to ensure that the UUA achieves appropriate results for appropriate persons at an appropriate cost, and we voted 4-4 on that one.
Is there
evidence given was? Well, you can see it there.
Any conversation on that from the board? Rob.
I think that probably reflects differing understandings of the relevance of data to measurement, and that the administration has begun the process of data collection with the board's knowledge and is building toward a baseline from which we will be able to measure our progress. We don't yet have that. Some people interpret that as being out of compliance. Other people interpret it as being in compliance but insufficient. And that one's subtle, and I'm not surprised we got a tie.
I've got Larry, and then Patrick, and then Michael, and then Tim. And then we'll hold it there until we see where we are. Larry.
In my role as financial advisor, I noticed not only in the comments with respect to this issue, and in the comments with respect to 3.6 election of officers and board committee, 3.7 board committee principles. Part 1, 3.7, Part 1. There were comments about either stewardship or budget building. And it was more about a lack of, we wish we knew more about it, or had a better understanding of it, a better conversation about it. So all I want to do is invite you, whoever wrote those comments, to have a conversation with me about that, so that we can make sure that, do the best we can to make sure that those comments don't need to reappear next time.
Thank you. Patrick?
As someone who believes he voted that we were out of compliance here, part of my issue was, as I began to read through it, I said, I'm not sure who appropriate people are, which makes it extremely difficult to decide whether the costs are. I mean, we need some kind of vague definitional support here. At least I do.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, speaking for myself, when I go through and fill these things out, if I say that they're in compliance, I don't really feel like I'm casting my vote that it's in compliance. What I'm saying is I don't see anything. But I fully expect that if someone else saw something, I could change my opinion. I change my position. I could say, gee, I didn't think about that. So I'm concerned about that if we do it this way, each in our own silos, without any conversation or discussion, we each look at it and make our vote, and then we say, okay, since 5 people said it was in compliance and 2 people said it wasn't, we're done. It's like, gosh, I haven't heard what those 2 people said, and maybe everybody shifts their vote and says, yeah, we're not in compliance. So I question how we're interpreting these results.
Thanks, Michael. Tim?
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Thank you. While I agree in principle with Michael, I don't think there's time either on the board agenda or sort of in the world for us to for us to talk about all the policies in the detail that it would be good that we could. So this may be the best we can do in light of the number of policies we have, unless there's a more specific suggestion in revising the way we're doing it.
Well, and I would add that I think the governance working group over time is still looking at the level of granularity we have in our policies, and I think we should all be open to consolidating them. We've done a great job over the past 2 years, and I think it needs continuous eyes on it in terms of when you get to those, the appropriate people at the appropriate, why is it even in there is sort of the question that is raised. Tim?
I was originally going to say the same thing Patrick did about appropriate, but another comment in response, Michael. I feel that next year that will be more likely to happen. This year in particular, we focus on getting down to the individual clause level. So, because this is the first time we've ever really done this as a board to analyze these policies, and it's showing, at least me on the governance working group, and I think others, that there are some policies here that need to be revised. And this year, this cycle, we had to make up for not doing it last cycle. So we had more policies than normal as well that we needed to monitor. In the future, I suspect we'll be looking at each policy as a whole instead of splitting it up clause by clause like this. And I think that would create that would allow for more time for discussion because we'd have less to talk about, if that makes sense. So I agree with you on that part. I do think discussions on some of these would be useful.
Thanks, Tim. Greg?
I'm wondering, because I also heard Andy make this comment, they're long and it doesn't allow a lot of time for discussion, and that feels like bad process to me. We don't do something just because it needs to get done. We do it well, and we take as long as we need. So is it possible to have shorter and more frequent assessments so that we can have the conversations maybe only on 3 clauses, and then we address the rest of the clauses in the policy?
Yeah, I think that's the direction of the working group. I don't want to speak for them, but Tim?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go back to Carver himself. Not that I'm a huge fan, but what he would say is that if a policy is found in compliance by a majority of the board, so be it. However, it's kind of like a consent agenda item, that if anybody who felt that we were not in compliance, they have the authority to raise it to the board and say, wait a minute, we need to talk about this one. So I think that kind of addresses your concern. If there are 1 or 2 people, the thing comes up, they don't feel compelled to bring it up, that's, at least in that system, that's okay.
No, that's exactly the purpose of a consent agenda, a single person. I need to have a conversation about this. Thanks. Okay. Back to you, Andy. Do we want to go to the other ties and just give us a quick overview? It doesn't have to be quick.
We can do that. 3.1 Part G is about acting with proactivity. It was a 2-to-2 tie. Not many people completed that survey. I don't think there's much there to talk about except that one person was concerned that we tend to respond to problems after the fact, and they gave as an example the Black Lives Matter action of immediate witness discussion. I can pause for input after each of these if that works.
Well, I would just add that back to the whole issue of actions of immediate witness. We're going to hear from Susan Geckler a little later. You don't know what those are going to be until Saturday, and then they're debated on Sunday. So that's the challenge of our bylaws and the granularity of the bylaws. It's really difficult to plan ahead for not only what will be the 6 that are down to 3, but yes, Jim.
So I was the one who made that comment, and just in response to that, Jim, I don't think it's a huge surprise that a discussion on an AIW became contentious. So I think that we can have even though we may not know what the issue is, that we can still have a better procedure in place for how to handle when a contentious debate starts happening over an AIW.
Amen to that, and certainly we've got some things that we're going to be doing in it, and it starts with training the facilitators of all the mini assemblies, not just the ones the board does, but the ones that everybody does. That's my key learning of certainly. Andy, again, back to you. Where do you want to take us?
Okay, 3.2 Part 1 talks about creating organizational systems and performance in accord with established board policy. That vote was also 4-4. But there was nothing, I don't think, there was anything that we haven't already talked about in the evidence that we're not in compliance. One person talked about our not monitoring our board committees very well. One person talked about having too many working groups, and one person said they're not clear what's meant by that statement, so they specified no. Any comments there or a discussion?
I'm seeing no reaction, so keep on.
Okay. 3.2 Part 2 talks about communicating organizational systems and performance in accordance with established board policy. The key word there is communicating. The evidence offered that we're not in compliance is that, well, one person said it's an unnecessary section in the policy. One person said most people don't know what the board does. Talked about using social media and publishing monitoring reports. Someone talked about minimal communication about our organizational systems, though I'm unclear what comprises organizational systems to our congregations. And the final comment was about our not being good at communicating with the association what we're doing. Christina has gotten better with the Facebook page. Rob is taking a good step with the summary, but how are we getting that summary to the people proactively versus putting it up for people to find? So this is the old discussion about how do we get our message out to folks.
Yeah, I think we all agree that that's an ongoing challenge for all of us. And I do want to thank Christina for being more active on behalf of the board. And some of you are posting pictures, and I think that all helps, but that reaches a fairly narrow group of people, frankly. I see no cards or comments, so keep going for us, Andy.
Okay, 3.3 Part 1. The board commits itself and its members to act in adherence with the UUA bylaws. There's one, as evidence of non-compliance, there was one comment about the bylaws being inconsistent. Another comment about our not filling vacancies on committees as directed by the bylaws. And actually the third comment was also had to do with that.
Yeah, let me speak to that, because I've given advice and counsel to a couple of bylaw mandated committees that have their numbers mandated to consider suggesting to this board to lower its number. You know, and so those committees that I can think of are in the process of thinking about that and perhaps doing that. As I've said before, as the chief governance officer, I think it's fine not to fill a position for a cycle. I think ultimately you have to change the bylaw or staff up to the bylaw, but I'm not bothered by an interim period of understaffing. That seems to be the purview of the committee chair and the consensus of the board. I see no point in staffing up when it is not needed, and sometimes makes them more inefficient. And oh, by the way, pulls costs along. And we also have a policies and practices that suggest to us that we ought to keep the cost of governance about right. So I'll plead guilty to stirring that pot from time to time and encouraging committees to not staff up if they don't need them, but let's change the bylaw to get it to where they think it should be. And frankly, I prefer bylaws that give a range and people can sort of determine from time to time the issues that they face, what do they need, and we can write charges to some of those committees that suggest they can go outside the committee if they need expertise. Most, I think, feel comfortable doing that, but we could be more specific. Okay, Andy, you have anything more? Yeah.
Just a quick question. Would you like the governance working group to look at those sections of bylaws at some point and recommend changes?
I would.
Okay.
Tim.
See how I caught that?
Sorry to interrupt, Andy. We talked about that yesterday in the committee's working group of a process for doing that kind of change. So I don't know if that should fall under committees or governance. But that was part of our discussion.
Let's keep it under committees. That's a good catch. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, 3.3, Part 3. The board commits itself and its members to conduct themselves, and the word that is being evaluated in Part 3 is business-like. There's a 3-3 tie. There were comments about business-like being an indistinct term, not a lot of definition. The fact that board packet items are not always completed well in advance of meetings. That we don't always arrive to meetings on time. Who would stay home from a board meeting?
Indeed, indeed.
Right. And someone thinks this clause should be deleted because maybe we shouldn't always be businesslike.
So the governance working group has some things to consider there as it comes back to us, right?
Right. Any input there?
I see no cards. No, Patrick has a comment.
I don't know why I feel the need to point my face towards Rob as I say this, but perhaps we might consider altering that word to faithful.
I would defer to the governance working group to bring us language that they think is appropriate. You have no cards here, so keep going. Where do you want us to go?
Well, we've talked about 3.7 Part 1, which is the last one that was either tie or out of compliance. So unless there's other input, I think we can give you back 15 minutes.
Lovely. Let's do that. But let me make sure that we have no other questions for the governance working group. Like Rob, I commend the group. They've worked hard. I've been on some of their calls, and I appreciate where you have taken, where you have gotten us to, and where you continue to have work to do to bring to us, and the energy that you put to that. Thank you very much.
It's an honor to do it, and I was sincere in my invitation to meet in January in Chandler.
We always have a consideration of where we're going to be outside of Boston, and we always, unfortunately, think about the costs. But Chandler, I've been there. I think it would be a fine place. Thank you very much for the report, Andy, and thanks for participating long distance. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Well, let's add to the agenda on this discussion that Larry has raised. How do we feel about the form? I'll call it the formality of the officers arrayed, or otherwise. I kept my seat because this is the microphone. I have control with the microphone. I'm happy to follow the will of the board. Anybody want to? I would presume that Larry would prefer that we array ourselves in the officer arrangement, and that would be fine with me. But others, I think mostly my view yesterday was sort of a comic relief kind of activity. Patrick?
Larry, you said there was a conversation 20 years ago that led to a result, and I suspect that any institutional knowledge that's held for 20 years that way really needs to be shared in some more substantial manner.
So it was both symbolism and utility. There's a little bit of both. Prior to the current array, the officers did sit around in a slightly more random fashion than you see them now. The moderator did always sit right where he did, and the secretary sat to the left of the moderator because of their need for regular interaction. The president sometimes would move down this way, and the administrators would sometimes move in slightly different places, and the same with the financial advisor. Well, actually, in the kind of the church mode, the financial advisor almost always sat here, but that was just because that's where Arnold Bradburn liked to sit, and no one wanted to say otherwise. But the conversation was that on the utilitarian level, it was often important that the staff interact with each other as issues came up, either pass notes or speak quietly to one another, or even to exchange glances that communicate a great deal. And part of that is it's important that the management send a consistent message, something not always happens, but that's the goal. So they interact, they're closely lined up in that manner. There was also intended to be symbolism about staff was on one side, management was on one side, and the volunteer leadership was on another. It was one way to show the clarity of roles, because for instance, the financial advisor often sat beside the chief financial officer, and in my view, that conveyed lack of clarity of roles. It added to the confusion about what does one do and the other. So there was a symbolism there. There was often a need for me as a financial advisor to communicate quickly and without disturbance to the moderator, or occasionally to the secretary. So it just facilitated note distribution and so forth. So and I thought under these circumstances, when you wanted to identify an officer for purposes of some seeing what their eye contact is, seeing if they were going to speak about an issue, it was faster to identify them when you knew where they were, and where they were going to be. That I would say is a little less important with a smaller board, but that was a factor as well. So there was a symbolism of these are the either elected or appointed leaders, and you can find them. You know exactly where they are, and so those were some of the factors that led to this. So it was not random. I think is my point, and so to just suddenly make it random, as you can tell, bothered me.
Thanks, Larry. Tim A.
So what comes into my mind is, one, I can see how with a large board where I can see the utility of that, because if you have 40 people or however many it was around the table, that's a lot. We have a lot fewer now. I would say I also appreciate the symbolism that the officers are among us. Same with the staff. I don't have a problem knowing who the staff are. They're better dressed than the rest of us.
Harlan, and then James, and then Denise.
Like a lot of you, about a year ago, I read the book by Sheryl Sandberg called Lean In. And of course, she talks all the time about how women need to take on leadership roles. And she acknowledged that even in her experience, she would sometimes be blind to the fact that at meetings that she was in, she would call upon men more often than she would call upon women. She gave the example of how women at the same level as men would oftentimes sit apart from the table in a sort of a second ring instead of the first ring, and therefore it was just a curious sort of thing, but I think significant. So I've just simply noticed that. I don't know what the meaning of it is. I don't know if any of us do, but I raised the question yesterday because I do think it's more than just interesting. It's worthy of the conversation that we're having.
Thanks. James, I think you were next.
My view of a board is that it's collegial and everyone comes in the room as equals and leaves their ego at the front step. And that's the main purpose of us being together. It's different if, where should the staff sit, because, Peter and his group are here to assist and observe, whatever. But the board itself, I think that needs to be conducive where everyone feels like they have an equal voice. And when people sit in positions of power, it tends to take away from that. And that's whether or not that's without respect to your status, whether you are a minority or a woman or younger. It's really just with respect to the group itself. And I think everyone here, when we come down to voting as a board, we all have one vote. And we want to speak with one voice. But if we suppress votes in subtle ways by how we arrange ourselves, I think this is the point that Harlan raised, and I think it is tangible. I think it is something that can be felt. I don't think that Larry's influence on us is going to be diminished if he doesn't sit in the particular position, or Rob's or Jim's, because we all know what their role is. But I don't want anyone in this room to feel as though somehow imperceptibly, subtly, they don't have as much voice. So anything we can do to encourage that would be a good thing. And I think Harlan has raised a really good point.
Thanks, James. Denise, and then Caleb, and then Rob, and then Patrick. Then I'm going to cap it.
So, occasionally I have these epiphanies. You heard me say that yesterday. I guess if you have them all the time, they're really not epiphanies. But this morning, I heard Christina say something about it felt very dominant culture. And I'm trying to pay attention to those things because stuff just goes by me, and things that Dorothy said yesterday, and that was, oh, yeah, I can see how that would be. And so the idea, and Larry, I'm just going to respectfully totally disagree with you, the idea that it's important to maintain sort of the balance and know who the leaders are, it feels really dominant culture to me, if I understand what dominant culture is to others. And so and thinking about that now, first thing this morning, I didn't recognize this, the moving around was almost like civil disobedience. Let's break the dominant culture. And I think this board is doing a fabulous job, whether it's intentional or you've just been trained already subliminally, a fabulous job of thinking well beyond what it is and what it could be. The longer that we continue to do what we've always done, the more institutionalized it becomes. And isn't how we got in this big mess in the first place? Does that make sense?
It did. Thank you, Denise. Caleb?
So I just wanted to comment on symbolism. Larry, you commented on the symbolism of it, and I think it's important to recognize the duality that symbolism and almost everything in this world holds. And on one side of it, you get the visibility of roles, but on the other side of it, it almost looks like some sort of royal court with the king and the advisors, and then you have like further down the hall the lesser nobles, and yeah, and then the poor observers are the serfs. Thanks for the taxes. So, so I personally agree with Denise and James, and I think that most of us, hopefully all of us at this table, are educated enough to know the roles, and that by mixing it up, I think I agree that there should have been more conversation before we did it. However, by mixing it up, it allows me to feel like I have more of a voice, or that at least my voice is valued equally, which is important.
Thanks, Caleb, and I like the metaphors you've introduced to the. Rob?
I want to tie together two moments in the conversation. This one and Greg calling into question the appointment of chairs. They're connected. And they're connected and there is an inherent conflict is too strong a word perhaps, but I'm going to use it. There's a conflict of values at work here. And conflicts of values, my beloved wife likes to say, are generally not subject to compromise. They're not. On the one hand, we have a value of learning how to do things differently, and of leveling the conversation in the interest of greater creativity and greater possibility, doing things in different ways. That's a very high value. That's in tension with efficiency, which in organizational life is actually also a very high value. It is often brushed aside in liberal circles, which is one of the reasons we have weak institutions. I'm not going to take a stand on this, though I am going to continue to sit next to the moderator because I try to be helpful to him and to support him in his role. But I think it's important to recognize that there can be far greater creativity in a level collaborative approach. And I serve a church that has enshrined that value, where the board often does not know who to talk to in a working group, or we don't have committees, we have teams. But the teams will say, well, there are 3 of us sharing leadership. So instead of being having a single point of contact, whoever needs to communicate with them has to somehow negotiate the labyrinthine map of shifting authority. So all I'm saying is that there is inherent tension and that this is a pivotal conversation in culture change.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Rob. Patrick, and then Dorothy. And then I'm going to suggest we recess.
So I want to take you back to General Assembly, when those of us who were new, just briefly, to the very end, when those of us who were new came onto the board. Because there's this moment, there's this particularly acute moment of being the new guy and not knowing what you're doing, really not knowing what you're doing. And there was this peculiar experience where we discovered that there was this group of us down at the end. It was referred to by someone as DRE row. But the perceptions are often not conscious, and that kind of raised it up for me at that moment. It was like, now this is interesting. And I'm okay with structures that serve, but I think that we need to be aware and public about them so that we don't make other assumptions about what they mean. And that it's okay to hold the discomfort. The longer that we're willing to hold the discomfort, the better off we'll probably be. We try to resolve too many things and be comfortable.
Thanks, Patrick. Dorothy.
As I mentioned yesterday when this point was brought up, I hadn't even noticed it consciously. But I want to say, I think it's operative in all of the unconscious level for all of us. And I said that it was hierarchical. Now, hierarchy in itself is, of course, not bad. The simplest, best notion of it is that it helps with order. But with a group this size, I don't think we need a hierarchical configuration to maintain order. And the other things that come up about the clustering of power and men, old white men, wise as you are, sitting all together, I think possibly imposes a burden in terms of what you have to carry, the others of us have to carry to get our points across. Doesn't stop us. It doesn't stop me, but does it add to the fatigue, or is it devitalizing in some way that ought to be understood and respected? And weighing these things in the balance, your convenience, or you're glancing at one another. Actually, Larry, I think you can glance at one another better if you're not clustered side by side to give your messages or whatever you want to convey by glancing. So anyway, but the subtle thing about what you carry when you're not aware, or even when you are aware and it doesn't stop you, is there still a better way to do it where the toll on everybody is less?
Hold on to those thoughts. This is it's been a really interesting conversation. I very much appreciate your insights.
Great job, Caleb.
Yeah. So let's stand in recess until 11 o'clock, and then we will reconvene and hear from Dick Jackie, who's going to be join us via technology and give the open UUA report.
Jackie.
all the time. They're blunt.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can I call you back to together and reconvene our board meeting? I think we have Dick Jackie on the line. We shall see to... there's Dick Jackie. Hi, Dick.
Hello there.
Open UUA is a committee of the board that was... well, give us a little background, and we've got your report in the board packet, but take us through what you want us to hear and know.
Right. So the work of the Open UUA Committee is founded in Rule G 2.1 on democratic process. And the basic theory of that is that in order to be an effective and accountable organization, we need to be accessible and open and transparent. More specifically, the UUA board is to establish some policies to assure this transparency and proceedings of all UUA committees and commissions and task forces consistent with their effective functioning. And specifically, these policies include providing advance notice of dates and locations of regular business meetings and making agendas, reports, and minutes available promptly, providing avenues for comments on issues on the meeting's agendas, and accommodating observers at regular business meetings with the exception of executive sessions. So that's pretty much where the foundation of that is. The board was charged with establishing some body or person that would monitor the activity of these bodies and report on their compliance. And the Open UUA Committee was established to do that. Any questions thus far?
Not so far. We're with you.
Okay. So basically, we have been reviewing the work of the various committees and task forces and such, and you've got a report on that. We have done this periodically and in a variety of different ways. Probably the most obvious way in which we've followed the work of these groups is what's available online on the UUA website. A lot of their reporting is there. That's where most of the activity is available, and that's where we have looked at. So we look for, you know, when are their meetings going to be, what are the meetings going to be about, what have previous meetings been about, and what was decided, any reports that were produced in that activity, and so we follow that and see how closely that aligns with the expectations. Perhaps not surprisingly, the results are kind of mixed. One of the things that we feel is an ongoing concern is institutional memory. That's not a surprise. It happens at all of our congregations pretty much. And so it's very hard for incoming staff and board members and other groups to follow through on the activities that had been preceding them. And it's very important then that all new groups have some orientation and provide some rules and guidance on how to go forward in adherence to these. So one of the things that I noted specifically is that it used to be that there was a regular event after General Assembly in which new board or other chairs, task forces and committees and whatnot were given some orientation. When I was appointed to be the chair of this committee just this last year, I was expecting to attend GA and attend that orientation session right after GA, and I was told that that was not going to be held this year. Not only was it not held, the manual of materials for orientation of new board chairs was not even provided. And fortunately, I had access to an old manual that came to be from the previous chair of my committee, but had I not known about that and been able to access that, I wouldn't have had any guidance whatsoever. So one of the things that we're talking about is making sure that folks on committees understand what the expectations of them are in regard to being open and transparent. So one of the things that was brought up specifically by the District Presidents Association is what constitutes a meeting, and their situation, I think, is probably somewhat unique. They have what they call a business session when they gather, and it tends to be a fairly perfunctory session, making elections of their officers and such, and not a whole lot more. And there is a lot of material and business that goes on beyond just those formal sessions that we think is important for the rest of the association to know about. Now, it's true that some of the minutes that were reported previously by the DPA were probably excessively detailed. It was sort of a he said, she said kind of a thing, and I don't know that that kind of in-depth reportage is necessary, but we do feel that some sense of what actually happened at a meeting and what the consequences of that are should be documented in some way and available. Getting to the Board of Trustees. Before I go on, one of the other aspects of group activity is access to visitors. This policy, the rule actually, was established well before the board went to policy governance, and so some of the things related to the activities of committees and such may be a little different now than what they used to be. We have, well, let's see, a question of access to the committee activities by visitors. It used to be that that was pretty much a question of showing up in person and knowing where the meetings were and when. Now that technology is so much more advanced, it's possible to do things by, telephone conference, but also now these days by video conference, such as we're doing now. And we would need to figure out where that's appropriate, to what extent. It's pretty easy for a committee such as mine, where there's just 4 of us, that we can all get together, and we do provide provision for other folks to joining us for our meetings. But because we're all coming from other locations, it's easier for us to do, say, a Zoom meeting. Some folks, for example, such as your board meetings, where you've got a whole group of folks together where other folks may be wanting to join from outside, there might be other equipment requirements and whatnot, and how that might affect cost and expense could be a question. But that's something that we're asking you to consider. Overall, we were very pleased with the...
Dick, can you hear me? Let me stop you there.
It's very soft, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Hello?
Can you hear me better now?
It is better.
Can you?
I can.
Oh, you cannot? Can.
I can hear you better now. Fading away, though, again.
What is it that you want the board to change beyond live streaming and posting minutes and board packets and those things? Can you give me a specific ask?
Well, we felt generally that the compliance of the board as a body, as opposed to some of the other groups, was generally very good. There are some little loose ends. For example, some of your your noise is coming in and out. Hello?
We can hear you fine. I'm not sure what you're hearing, but let me turn my mic off and see if that...
I'm hearing some soft, muffled noises.
They're not coming from this room, so I don't know what to suggest to you.
Oh, okay. It sounded like your voice, but some of your video conferences, for example, don't get much advance notice. So I think in your minutes, a lot of those may be mentioned, but on your website, those are not always noted, and not all of the advanced materials are available in what I would consider a fairly timely manner. It's also true that even for your regular meetings, while most of the materials are available well in advance, a lot of them kind of trickle in late, and so it would probably be helpful to have, I don't know, you could determine for yourselves what you feel is the appropriate advance availability of those. We don't have a hard and fast rule, but I would think something at least a week in advance would be appropriate.
Okay, we will. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well right now.
We will, and of course that's mine to do. When we can do better on our website of when our regularly scheduled teleconferences are, and I presume we can give them a link if they want to call in and listen. And it's always a challenge of, particularly on the phone calls, for materials a week in advance, because sometimes we're reacting to something that has to be handled before the next board meeting. But I take your point. I just wanted to acknowledge that. So you can keep on.
Yeah. So some further things on the Board of Trustees. In addition to what's available on the website, the only other really place in which folks can be accessible is at General Assembly. And so we do look to what's going on there. And we did report that we did notice a couple of things where we thought things might have been done more openly and transparently. I think we noted specifically at the budget hearing that there were a lot of printed handouts there, but they weren't made available easily. They weren't at the front of the room. They were in a chair in the front, and not everyone knew that they were there, and especially folks that got in late. In particular, there was no copies of balance sheets available, which is kind of a basic financial document, which I guess folks would have expected to be available there. The other thing we noted is that we attended the, I think the formal name of it in the program brochure was the Workshop on Reimagining Governance, which was a presentation on the future of General Assembly, basically. We didn't feel that folks that were not in the know, the typical GA junkies, would necessarily know from that title what that was about, and there wasn't anything in the follow-up explanation that would have clearly let folks know. And in fact, the vice moderator, when she opened the session, indicated that they had some awareness that it was a little vague and whatnot, and it would have been helpful, I think, if they had had an opportunity to look that over more carefully and perhaps modify the publicity for that so that folks had a better idea of when and what that was all about. So going on to the next item, which bodies need to be open and transparent? Our activities generally at the end of a fiscal year, and as our new Open UUA committee forms, we get a list of committees from our staff liaison that we presume is the list of folks that we are to be following. It follows pretty much along with the same list of committees that are on the sort of sidebar if you click on committees on the UUA website. And it turns out that there's a mix of different committees there. There are board-appointed committees, there are elected committees, and there are committees that are part of the staff. And so the question is, particularly under policy governance, which of those should be under the purview of this particular rule, which, as I had indicated before, was promulgated before the UUA board went to policy governance. So we want to make sure that we are not interfering with the work of staff in particular, but we want to make sure that also that work is transparent to the extent that the board feels that it should be. So we would like some guidance there specifically on how that should all work out. We did notice that if you, well, we gave a couple of examples before I get into that detail. One was the new logo. We felt that there was a lot of perhaps unnecessary hullabaloo around that. If the folks had known in advance that a new logo was being considered and the reasons for that, and there was more opportunity for input or feedback or whatever, that there might have been less negative reaction and upset about the whole thing. We also, it turns out one of the members of our committee is a member, or is a ministerial student, and he was in particular very upset about the manner in which the elimination of the regional subcommittees on candidacy were eliminated. The students apparently had no advance notice that that was happening, or apparently any input into what the implications of that might be for the students. So at any rate, those were just a couple of examples of reasons why those might be of concern. So getting into specifics,
let me
actions of guidance.
Dick,
okay.
Before you get into specifics, let me interrupt. We have a question here or comment from James Snell.
Sure.
Just my opinion, but it seems that this particular line of commentary is well outside of what the board should be doing, and outside of.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry about that. It seems that our discussion of what the administration is doing is well outside of what this rule that we are trying to manage is about, or what the board should be doing. So, I mean, I'm looking at Rule G2, and I think that maybe one of the results of this discussion is that we can really rein in what are we doing to make this rule real for us. But it probably is not second guessing what the administration is doing, which I don't think the rule applies to them as I read it.
I agree with that. Before I go to Tim, let me say, Dick, that much of what we have an opportunity in our own committee's working group that we discussed this morning of we'll be coming up with recommendations going forward of re-looking at all the charges, and certainly part of that charge can speak to being transparent. So I think your report stands on its own, and we very much appreciate that, and it will help inform the committee's work. But to James's point, I do think we need to to stay off of the administration's issues. That's a means of getting to the end.
I appreciate that we do need to be very careful about overstepping in that area. However, I would bring your attention to your Board Policy 2.2 on the treatment of congregations, which declares that with respect to member congregations or those congregations seeking membership, the President shall not cause or allow conditions, procedures, decisions, or services that are untimely, disrespectful, inequitable, discriminatory, or not transparent. So there is a charge for transparency there.
And we monitor that on an ongoing basis on a schedule for all of our policies, just so you have that information.
Sure. So I guess what we're saying is we need some clarification about which committees this should apply to and which ones we should be monitoring, because it is unclear under the present rule. We indicated that we understood that the rule was adopted before we went to policy governance, and so it may need some further clarification.
No, we absolutely agree with you on that, and that's our work to do, and that'll be a part of the committee's working group charge. Thank you.
Right. So the other thing, a question did arise. So how long records should be available online? I'm not sure that you need an indefinite history of accessible documents, but we need some sense of what's reasonable, and it may not be the same for every group, but we would like to be able to provide the committees with some guidance in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Tim Atkins. He has a comment or a question.
So I think this is an interesting point, and I actually have a question for staff on this. If the electronic records for a committee are not necessarily being kept on the website, let's say we put like a 5-year cap on it on the website, would all the year 6 and beyond still be stored somewhere at the UUA that we have access to?
Yeah, everything would be on our servers and available on request. I should maybe expand just slightly on that. I mean, we do have a document retention policy, and so it varies from one kind of document to another. There are legal requirements on certain of them. So in general, probably as a rule of thumb, the document retention period is 7 years. That's not to say that there aren't certain kinds of documents that that are kept longer.
Thank you. Back to you, Dick.
So the next thing that we would like some guidance on is something a little more specific on how observers must be accommodated. I think when the rule was originally promulgated, that it sort of limited itself to telling folks when the meetings were going to be held and where, with presumably the expectation that folks that were interested would attend in person. But with the technology being such as it is these days, other options are possible. And so to what extent an expense, if possibly necessary, that would be required, some guidance there would be appropriate.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. I agree with you there, and so well received. All of that needs scrutiny and more specificity, and that's certainly ours to do in response to your report. I see a comment from Harlan Limpert before we end.
I was just going to point out that Stephanie and I have been working on updating the what's the title of it? The Manual for Committee Chairs. And I'm wondering if, in order to maybe help with this conversation, if we were to offer to share that with you, Dick, offline, and you,
I have a copy of
could make suggestions.
an old report. I'm sorry. Hello?
As I was saying, I wonder if in order to wrap up a portion of this conversation, we could simply volunteer to send you that draft, suggest that you and your committee could make suggested improvements or enhancements, and we could move on from there.
If you have a draft in process, that would be appropriate. The copy that I have that's an old document is for a specific subset of committees, so I believe it was board-appointed committees, so I'm guessing that there may be different orientation manuals for those that are elected and those that are staff committees too. So, but yes, we would be happy to help you work on that if we could provide some input.
Okay, I've got some questions here, so hold on, Dick. First to Tim Brennan and then to Michael Salwasser. And then we're getting up on a time constraint here.
So just a quick comment. Dick's comment about the training at GA is interesting. So what happened was that used to be under the purview of the Committee on Committees. It actually didn't happen after GA. It happened during GA. There'd be a session to train new committee chairs. And so after the Committee on Committees went away and we set up the Appointments Committee, that piece of their work never went anywhere. So that's an interesting observation.
Thanks, Tim. Okay. Michael?
What Tim just said, that's what I was going to
Sorry.
Julian.
And for clarity, I don't know. Just for clarity, what you're describing is also is different from the post-GA training for all committee members for anti-racism and anti-oppression. Yeah, totally separate.
Yeah, two different kind of trainings we're talking about, and that one we've presumably taken care of through individualization with committees. Back to you, Dick. Are you about ready to wrap up?
Yeah, just the last point. The G2.1 doesn't really specify any kind of mechanism for enforcing the transparency guidelines. Basically, the Open UUA Committee reports to the board on what we find, and we don't know where it goes from there and how that should be handled if we find committees continually in violation, essentially.
I don't disagree. So that's work to be done through our committee's working group and by the board. Sorry, the connection is bad. It's a little awkward between the two of us. Have you got anything else?
No, those are the main points that we wish you to consider and get back to us on.
Very good. We can do that, and we'll express our thanks to your committee for its work, and it will be an ongoing task of ours to continue to look at and see how we can be more transparent, particularly on the in-between face-to-face meetings and access to those. That's been a challenge, but the technology can help us solve that. So thank you for your report. I see no other questions from the board on this. So thanks, and I will introduce Wendy Von Corder, who's going to give us a report from the Journey Towards Wholeness Transformation Committee. And I see Wendy is online.
Hi, and I hope Ben is too.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We can't hear you.
Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to unmute the phone.
She's on a conference call as well. The Hangout is muted.
Which item should I
be talking into the phone?
Wendy, mute the Hangout and use the conference call to talk.
Okay. I have muted the Hangout, and I'm using the conference call. And I hear an echo while I'm doing that.
Mute your speakers as well.
It's muted.
Somebody on the call seems to not be muted. If anybody that's in the Hangout would mute themselves, I see everybody seems muted. Do they not?
Well, I can. Am I the only one hearing my echo?
No, we're hearing it.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, what you're going to say is very important, so we need to hear it 3 or 4 times.
Ben Gable is also on the phone. Ben, if you are not muted, please mute until you're going to speak.
That could have taken care of it. No. So just to be clear, with echoes, I'm looking at my computer screen, and the computer and the microphone are muted. I'm looking at my phone, and the speaker is not on, and I am unmuted. Is that all correct?
Wendy, are you able to mute the speakers for your computer? Turn off the speakers for your computer. Maybe that'll work.
How is that?
Much better. Success.
Yay!
But sadly, we will not be able to hear you 3 or 4 times on that point.
I feel like our work here is done, and we've accomplished a lot. Thank you for having us. Now, are you also able to hear Ben? Because Ben and I have shared comments to offer. And then, so will that work, or do we need to move very rapidly to a different plan?
No, that'll work. Just as when you turn it over to the other, just mute yourself so that we only have one person on the conference call. We'll be fine.
Great. Then hello, everybody, and I'm going to mute myself, hopefully effectively, as I hand it over to Ben.
Ben, are you there?
Yeah, I'm on the phone line. However, I'm trying to get back into Google Hangout phone, Google Hangouts, but it's not allowing me.
Well, you're fine. We can hear you, so that's good. That's good. So
okay. So I will just go ahead and say what we have, and then I don't need to see anything then. Okay. Thank you for having us. Wendy and I currently serve as co-chairs of the committee, and our other members are Ted Fetter, Teresa Iansoto, Elizabeth Mount, Tracy Robinson-Harris, and Carrie Stewart. We'd like to spend our time today offering you a brief update on where we are with our most recent work, and then move into where we are heading. We should take about 10 minutes and then have plenty of time for questions and any feedback you'd like to give the committee.
So this is Wendy again, and as a refresher, the JTWTC was formed in 1997 when the General Assembly delegates asked we commit to becoming an anti-racist, anti-oppressive, multicultural association and have a group charged with specifically assessing and monitoring our progress. Over the past decade, the product per se has been the creation of reports. Each report has had a specific area of focus and generally included data, analysis, and recommendations. The most recent of these was a focus on our recruitment, orientation, support, and retention of our volunteer leaders. For those of you who are familiar with the report, it was, I think, 90 pages plus. The rhythm of the committee is such that as the team completes the report, a new area of focus is then identified. I'm going to pass it back to Ben.
Okay, this is Ben. The team took a bit of a different approach 2 years ago, believing it was useful to take a larger look at where we were on the journey. We spent 2 GAs interviewing people, soliciting input using social media, questionnaires, handed out at GA, and one-on-one interviews which we recorded on video. Then we shared all this on our Facebook page. Those videos also became part of a general session report at GA 2014. And rather than create another report, we created an animated video that we shared at last year's assembly. While we were working on that area of focus, you may recall another GA resolution of the delegates, one that called on the JTWTC to do a financial audit of how the association is allocating its resources to anti-racist, anti-oppression, multicultural efforts in relationship to other expenditures. So that's a bit of who we are and what we've done. Now we'll give you a sense of where we are today and where we are heading. In terms of the video, which we hope you've seen, if not, you may find a link to it on our Facebook page, UUA JTWTC, or on YouTube under the same name. We are almost ready to share a study guide as well to go along with the video, and we'll be promoting its use in congregations. We'll then be inviting those congregations to engage further on our Facebook page with hope that supportive connections across successes and challenges may be shared and be helpful in promoting the journey within our congregation. In terms of the responsive resolution, we've encountered challenges. Because the administration has moved to an ethos model of embedding anti-racist, anti-oppression, and multicultural work into other areas of operation, it is now much more difficult to quantitatively state how resources are allocated. We have appreciated the data and communications that has been shared from the administration, in particular Teresa Cooley. But we're also wrestling a bit with how to best address what I heart may be qualitatively with a solution. We expect to have something more to report about our findings at this General Assembly, and are also intended to communicate directly with the primary authors of the resolution and the affiliate leaders.
So finally, a look at where we're headed. One of the very best pieces of working on this team is the process involved in determining how next to best use our time and resources in determining how we fulfill our charge. The makeup of the committee is such that a wide variety of vantage points are present in the room. At our best, the JTWTC includes one of the highest levels of diversity in our association. That diversity intentionally includes a mix of lay and ordained Unitarian Universalists, members of historically marginalized identity groups, and others who arrive at the table with a high level of cross-cultural competency. We benefit from a mix of deep history, but also fresher experiences. There's a commitment to the charge, but in the context of the committee's self-imposed charge to be relevant. The urgency around relevancy played a large role in our deliberations this past fall and resulted in us deciding to look at our response as an association to the Black Lives Matter movement. We're still in the process of determining the full scope of the study, but intend to include the engagement around Black Lives Matter at this past General Assembly, the variety of congregational responses, our institutional support to those responses, the shift of GA programming, which you've just learned more about for 2016 in response to the Black Lives Matter movement, and other ways in which we engaged or fell short of engaging as we wish we fully could with this issue. We'll be doing this in the larger context of how do we as a faith community who is pledged to be on this journey respond with agility, relevancy, and accountability to the urgent anti-racist, multicultural, and anti-oppression issues in our larger world. So we're really looking at the Black Lives Matter response as a case study. In a different time, it might have been our response to Hurricane Katrina or to the immigration rights issues. But in this case, what seems most relevant and most present to us and accessible is how are we doing right now with this? We'll be spending the bulk of our spring meeting organizing this study and moving ahead with pieces of information gathering at this year's General Assembly. One first step is a workshop at General Assembly that will include a range of ways and stories from congregations who have undergone some discernment around having a banner and either do have one, don't have one and took it down, have one and have had to replace it, and so on. The focus will not be so much on the actual existence of that banner, but what that discernment process looked like, what support from the association and other congregations looked like or didn't look like, how each congregation is currently involved beyond that banner as well. Hopefully the workshop will draw in many more stories that will help us move forward in our own study, but also help congregations already in the process or considering the process and consider moving along in their engagement. So that's where we are and where we're headed right now. And back to them.
Thank you, Wendy. And when you gave the elegant update, and we're ready for questions at this time for the remainder of our time, and any feedback you'd like to provide.
Thanks, Wendy and Ben. I appreciate that update. And I'd report to the board that I met with them last week, whenever, it was recently, and we're trying to schedule me at one of their next meetings so that we can, the conversation, and this may tee up some questions for the trustees, the conversation evolved around how can we get more alignment between staff initiatives, GA planning issues in New Orleans, Journey Towards Wholeness, the Committee on Cross-Cultural Engagement, thank you, never remember the E, and clarity of roles and making sure that we're aligned in all the things that we're doing. So I just wanted to let the board know that. And Tim Atkins has a question for you.
Hello. So I'm intrigued by the process that y'all use to select Black Lives Matter as your study area. I think that's great, and I'm glad y'all chose that. I am interested to know how, I guess, when y'all are deciding what topic, how we on the board can also give our feedback on what we also see some of the pressing issues around our commitment to AR, AO, and MCR that maybe could warrant study as well. Because I see this approach as almost what we envisioned as a possibility for the Commission on Appraisal, where they're picking what issues to study. And so I like this process. I'm just intrigued to know how we can help give feedback on that part.
Sure. And Ben, if it's okay with you, I'll take that question.
Sure, yes.
I may be the longest serving member right now, and we underwent a lot of transition, so I think that I've been there through the most processes. And they've ranged from, we've actually had people, first of all, it's a great question, and like the conversation we had with Jim, it was very rich, and we are looking forward to how do we step into that relationship more with the board and have ongoing conversation. So just one more slice of history that's helpful. When I first started, and I'm in my 7th year, there was actually a board member that sat on the JTWTC. There's a president's liaison, and that's been served by, and continues to be served by Tequina Boston. And there was also a staff person that was there, and that's gone away, and that's a different budget conversation. But that board liaison provided some of that, I think, some of that connection. When that position went away, then there was a relationship with a subcommittee of the board that I think was then called, it had the ARAO-MC portfolio. Maybe it formed into then the right relations. I haven't tracked all the different names of it. But there was one year that we actually met with that group because as the board underwent the change to policy governance, we had real questions because they're embedded in our charge of the words monitoring and assessing. So our question back to the board was, how does this work? So in the past, Mike, I'm sorry it's a long answer, but I think it's helpful. In the past, the committee looked at what do we need to look at, and from the different groups there was really such a large picture that I think it was easy for the group to come down and say, well, let's look at ministerial formation, those processes. And then it was, let's look at how we do volunteer recruitment and retention, et cetera. And then we sort of landed in this place where we were looking for guidance given the new governance structure. And what we received from the board then was the question was sort of handed back to us, which was fine. It was, well, we sort of trust your process. Let us know if you need to know more. And we really pushed it back at that time to say, okay, we want to tell you, however, where we're looking next. And so here's what we want to do. How does that sound to you? So there was definitely a piece that included the board feedback so that they would both be knowledgeable about what the JTWTC was doing, but also could affirm the direction that it was taking. Because we feel that, we're using resources that were asked for by the delegates but implemented by the board. And so this last process now I'll speak to really, this is the first engagement we've had. So the process itself was 2 days of us probably spending about half that time because we were working on the resolution as well. And we probably spent about half that time looking at what it is we thought would best serve the charge. And so it was an internal process, but it's one that I would say was informed by each of our engagements in larger institutions, for example, DRUM and ARE and Equal Access, things like that. Our wish is for not only more engagement with the board around how we do this, and more engagement perhaps with cross-cultural, the Council on Cross-Cultural Engagement, but with relationships, deeper relationships with each of the stakeholder groups. And for that reason, we're meeting with Joseph Santos Lyons very soon, I think at our February co-chair meeting, to learn more about where DRUM is right now and how they see their relationship with JTWTC and this charge specifically. And we envision doing that also with Equal Access and with other groups. So I don't know that that's a satisfactory answer for your question, Tim.
It was, Wendy. That gave me a lot. Thank you.
We're leaning into it.
Thanks, Wendy and Tim. Rob, you had a question or comment?
First of all, Wendy, thank you for your service, and thank you, Ben, and thanks to the team. You have a number of times pointed toward a certain inherent tension between your charge and the core duties of the board under policy governance. We have, my colleagues, inadvertently delegated a monitoring function to a group other than the board, which is neither funded to monitor effectively nor appropriately so delegated. It's a core function of the board to do this work. And by asking the Journey Toward Wholeness team to do it, we avoid having to do it ourselves in a way that is detrimental to the goal of bringing anti-racism, multicultural work to the center of our agenda. So I would suggest that we find a way to engage that question of how we shall monitor our progress toward becoming the beloved community we long to become. And I bring this up fully aware of how difficult this is. But in the system, we have put them at the intersection of ends and means, which I think was done unconsciously, and it is inevitably causing, it inevitably will cause, will take us off the hook of doing part of our core duty.
Rob, this is Wendy. Can I ask you? This
You're
is
good.
Wendy. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for your service as well, and to all the board members. Respectfully, I would hold up that none of it was unconscious, and just as was the case with this most recent resolution and the formation of the Accessibilities Committee years ago, that with all the good work that our governance systems do and our administration does, I think there's been a very conscious action of the delegates to create this body and to create some autonomy in asking the hard questions. And I agree it's hard work, and I also don't shy away as somebody who sits on this committee. The very important questions about, are we overlapping, are we overstepping, how do we best do this work? But I think that one of the conversations, so I think it's great conversation. I think that our vantage points perhaps differ in this moment, and our vision differs. I think that one of the things that came back in the conversations we were having for the last couple of years with the board was that this isn't monitoring and assessing how the administration is completing the ends. This is monitoring and assessing the larger association. And I think that that is a different thing than what the board is doing with the monitoring and assessing. And I think that as a Unitarian Universalist, I think that there's something of great value that we as a people treasure about the ability to have somebody look at all of us, including the board, and how we get our work done. And I'll stop that. Ben may want to offer something as well.
Well, let me, Ben, before you chime in, let me say that we've got 3 people in the queue to have questions. James, Michael, and Greg. So let's hear from them first.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Wendy, for reminding us that we are a religion that's bigger than the administration. We are, and it seems to me that this is our committee, and they are doing great work. And the only sadness is I believe this is the first time that I've heard a report from this committee in 2.5 years that I've been sitting on the board. And it is our failing, it is the board's failing, and it certainly is not the committee's failing, that we are not closer to their work, that we are not using what they are learning as part of what we are supposed to be doing. That's why we have committees. We have committees to do things that we cannot get done. So I think there's a solution in there to Rob's observation if we simply bring you closer to us, Wendy.
Thanks, James. Michael?
This has been wonderful hearing this presentation. I look fondly back on my time serving with you as co-chair, Wendy, and I'm so pleased at how this work has gone forward. Just to bring people up, my sense of, I agree with Wendy that we were very intentional on JTWTC, and I think there were members of the board who wrestled with the question of the role and about policy governance. I mentioned before that the board has the prerogative it's the board's role to appoint chairs of committee. JTWTC was one of the first committees that balked at that. They actually selected who their chairs were going to be, and then the board affirmed that. But it was, and they also, their charge came out of JTWTC rather than the board saying, here's what your charge is. The JTWTC put that forward, and the board, again, affirmed that. I think the distinction that Wendy made about whether the board's role of monitoring the administration versus their monitoring how we are doing as a movement, I think is very healthy. I think there is a tension there. I agree with James on that. I think we can do a better job of hearing what JTWTC is doing and the work and how we can support that, complement that, affirm that. I really appreciate hearing the report today. It's been very helpful to me because I was only vaguely aware, even having been the past co-chair, what JTWTC was doing, and I think I have a much fuller picture this morning.
Thanks, Michael. Greg?
I believe that there's not only a tension, but as Rob was saying, we have fully overlapping responsibilities. The board monitors the board. That's what we did this morning by going over our policies. Our sources of authority and accountability call us not only to monitor and assess the association, but to monitor and assess the past, present, and future of our lively and living shared faith tradition. So there's no way that they're not completely overlapping what we're supposed to be doing. However, we also know, and we do sometimes use other bodies and other peoples to help us in our monitoring tasks. And I think the closest of the relationship we lost in making them a legacy and then intentionally saying you're something independent and autonomous is something that we need to reconcile. I think that there needs to be a closer working relationship, most especially with the Empowerment and Inclusion Working Group, in order to continue to assess and monitor what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how it all links back to how we're assessing particularly the shared vision.
Thanks, Greg. Any other comments from the board? Good comments. Thank you all. Wendy, what more do you want to share with us? You and I and Ben will be talking about me being sort of the interim liaison, and then we'll see where that goes. But I'm liking this conversation.
Oh, and we're thrilled by it. And I'll leave Ben to give closing words, but I just want to get in that that we've been approached. One of the things I didn't say about the process is we've been approached before. I remember I think it was Linda Bluestein at one point said, "Hey, could you look at the GA planning committee process?" We are not lacking as an association ways that we should be looking at this very, very important work that is so central to our faith identity. And so we are leaning into you all to say, how do you think that we should do this best? And so we're eager for a deeper relationship, and we're eager to hear back, maybe even right now, what do you think about this direction that we're taking? Or maybe, Jim, that's a conversation that you might be able to facilitate with the board and bring to our spring meeting. But I just want to say we're thrilled by the idea. More is better here around this work in which people's lives are at stake. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. I think looking at the body language of the board, I think we're all in agreement with your closing statement. Ben, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to first of all thank you for this time, and what I hear a lot this morning was that the anti-racist, anti-oppression, multicultural work. I just want to highlight that it's not something that's separate component, but an ethos of who we are as Unitarian Universalists. So the work we do is a context, the larger context of what we do, and so what our committee does is monitor and assesses how we as a whole, as a faith movement, monitor and assessing the anti-racist and multicultural work, and for the board to examine how they're doing it themselves, doing that work themselves. So we're not monitoring the board, but as Wendy said, we're monitoring the whole faith movement. And I just want to highlight that the anti-racist work is not a separate component of what we do, but the larger context of how we make a decision, everyday decisions. So I just want to highlight the ethos part of the work.
Thank you, Ben and Wendy, and to repeat everything, I think it's the centrality of our faith movement. So thanks for the work you all do. Thanks for bringing you closer to us and us to you, and that's our future. So we'll talk, as we say. Thanks a lot for both of you.
Thank you.
And your team.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
We are at the time to recess, for lunch. But before we do that, should we gather some talking points for Rob that we think are worth reporting out while they're fresh on our minds? Again, I'd invite the trustees to lift up what you think should be included in that report out document. Way too hungry. Tim?
The board began examining the process for the next moderator election.
Others? Something about these last two meetings? These two reports from two important committees? It would be nice, from my perspective, to get something about moving towards greater transparency and the input we got from them. Greg?
And also, we're working to help sharpen and maybe even redefine the scope of what our Open UUA committee works on and why they do that.
Very good. Others? Anything you can think of, Rob? You want to? Well, you'll know when to claim it when you start writing it. Let's stand in recess until we come back at 1. Nope, Dorothy has a question, comment.
The board reiterated its intention to work collaboratively and will express that irrespective of seating arrangements.
Thank you. Peter.
This is not for the reporting out, but I want to flag that the report around transparency lifted up areas where I don't think input from outside was appropriate. So there's some real misunderstanding there. I mean, around, one shudders to think about what getting input from across the association on what typefaces and color schemes should be used on something.
Well, that's on us to define their charge, and they're looking for that response from us. Julian, do you have any process things you want to raise up before we go to lunch?
I think the board has done a really great job this morning of raising up a variety of process observations and points. Mine can probably wait till the end of the day. I think the most obvious thing from my perspective is the insightful conversation that the exchange we had around board seating and what that means for power, what that means for people who are perhaps their first board meeting here or who are observers, as well as what it means for the officers of the association to do their job in an effective manner. So that conversation, I think, had a lot of depth and is something that we'll continue to have.
Others? Rob?
I appreciate this very much. I also will ask that by the end of the meeting we have a time where we say, of these 27 things, it's not that they're not important at all. It's that we can count on 15% of Unitarian Universalists caring at all about what we're doing. Maybe we can count on 15%, and we need to use that bandwidth to forcefully to message what's most important from the board. So, I get it, but I'm going to need some help to frame this in a way that is effective in getting our key messages out. Thanks.
So noted. And in that, just a postscript on that seating discussion, I have asked Sarah Lammert and Mary Catherine Moore to participate as observers from time to time, particularly in this segue with Teresa leaving, and some of the staff work to be a resource, as we've heard from Mary Catherine from time to time, as we the board have questions of them that can inform some of our discussions. So just to let you know that desire of mine, but we stand in recess till 1 o'clock. And remember, we'll be taking up the President's report and the presidential election in synthesis before we get to social witness. So thank you. Enjoy your lunch.